Recording in progress.
I'm delighted to be here just to share, as we've been told, our experience from Kenya in terms of implementing recognition of prayer learning. It's a journey that we are walking quite steadily. We began just about last year. So we just want to share the steps that we have made today. And of course, just to confirm that we are also learning from what our other counterparts are doing. And so my presentation basically is on the status of implementation of recognition of prayer learning in Kenya, and of course our general understanding of what recognition of prayer learning is about. We are just looking at identification and appreciation of those skills, competencies and knowledge that no one has actually certified. And so looking at having a platform that provides an opportunity for those individuals who have that kind of competency so that they can take advantage of opportunities that could be out there when they're able to produce a document that shows that they actually acquire a skill, and they can demonstrate that particular skill or competency that we are talking about. So what really led to the country embracing this concept and deciding to begin this journey, again going back to the reforms that we were talking about, Kenya, like many other African countries, we do recognize the contribution that we really get from our informal sector. And of course, appreciating what our formal education and training system has done for our country over the years, we do realize that there's still a gap that has not been addressed. And that gap is where we have those individuals who really do much in our country. We call that sector the Juakali sector. These are people who are always very busy. They're doing so much and contributing to our economy. But in most cases, you find that it is only them who know what they do, and recommendation for work can only come from those who really know them and interact with them. And so this is what really led to the country to be ready to embrace this so that we can take advantage of a wholesome spectrum where we're looking at where do we have skills, where do we have competencies, and when we have this discussion of skills mismatch, this paradox of skills mismatch, where we're saying that we have jobs with people and people without jobs, can we try and see whether then these people without jobs, is it that probably they have a skill that if then they can be certified, then they can be of value somewhere, if the certificate probably that they have has not yielded them a job somewhere. And so basically that is what really led to the country to embrace implementation of recognition of prior learning. And so for a country then we see that when we take up this system, we shall be able to make invisible skills visible. We're still talking about giving opportunity to individuals who have a competence, so that when it is certified, those skills are also portable, not just within the country, but also outside. But if they do not have that documented anywhere, it would really be difficult for them to find, good placement somewhere. So that is what really comes in to do. And we're also talking about giving a redress mechanism for the marginalized, for the disadvantaged people. There are people who probably just got out of the formal education and training system, not out of their will, and maybe they found themselves in the industry learning skills, and now they have perfected it. And so now, can this come now to address that kind of a segment in our population? And of course, we're looking at a bridge between informality and formality as we look at embracing the reform of lifelong learning. So we take recognition of prior learning as a tool to enable us embrace lifelong learning and promote it. And of course, providing an option of pathway to attainment of qualifications. And of course, what we would realize as we go on with our discussion is that when we identify the individual who have some skill and competence, and they go through what we have as a standard RPL assessment process, those individuals are actually given a certificate that is not different from that which is given by education and training institution. And so those certificates still fall within the Kenya National Qualifications Framework, the same progression pathways that we were talking about from level 1 to level 10. So when we identify the kind of skill we assess, and depending on how a candidate has been able to demonstrate what they have, then they are assessed accordingly and given a certificate probably at KNQF level 5 or 6 or 3, depending on what we think they have. And so then who is eligible for RPL? Of course, we're looking at those people with those skills, but without a corresponding qualification. Again, talking about inclusivity and access to education and opportunities that are out there. And so we are looking at those skills being recognized, validated, and certified. And again, appreciating the system that is already in place, because we are not starting from a clean slate. We are building on what is already there. We are appreciating the good tidings, the good things that the formal education and training system has, but we're looking at that gap that has not been addressed. And so we're not looking at it as a competitor, but as a complementary to formal education and training, just then to fill in that gap that we are looking at. And of course, again, getting to where we are has been informed by what other countries have done on this. A number of countries actually have implemented globally, and we also did look at within our own precincts within Africa. We have a couple of countries like South Africa, Seychelles, Mauritius, and even Tanzania has been on work with this for a while. And so we look at what is it that has also informed this practice. What is it that we can borrow? What is it that can fit to our context? And that has really informed our journey to date. And of course, we realize that most countries, most of our African countries are at lower stages of the initial phases of implementation, which is also important because, again, we do not want to roll out a system that gets stuck at some point. And so we realize that most countries begin with a few sectors, and that is what we've done as a country as well. Currently, we've begun with only 4 sectors, and of course, as we learn through the road, through the journey that we're making, then we shall continue expanding it so that it can cover as many sectors as possible, for as long as we shall have the requisite document like occupational standards for those particular standards. And for, again, in our context, we're looking at who then qualifies to offer recognition of prior learning. The law is very clear. Again, like I said, we actually look at and we are informed about what is already implemented. And so the Kenya National Qualifications Framework Act clearly indicates who it is that then can offer. And so these are institutions that are mandated by law, right from the universities and also TVET institutions that have the right to assess and award certificates. And of course, when it comes then to them looking at implementing RPL assessing candidates through RPL, now we look at now working with them in a different journey. And of course, I'll be talking about what we're doing in terms of awareness creation and publicity, because the pedagogy is now different. What the training institutions do in terms of training and assessing candidates, summative assessments and all that, that is of course different from RPL, because RPL we are not looking at a candidate getting and sitting in class for a couple of hours. We're just saying them approaching an institution and saying that I have this skill, I want to be assessed, so can you assess me for this? And so in as much as we have accredited institutions, then for us to walk the journey with them, in them being a qualification awarding institution, then they have then to tune their minds to this different concept of recognition of prior learning. And of course, talking about then who would be the target beneficiaries for this very, very clearly, we did talk about the disadvantaged, those who are marginalized. Of course, first that comes to our mind would be the refugees, the asylum seekers, you know, those people who just find themselves somewhere, they don't have any certificate, but we know maybe from their countries they were specialists in some areas. And so if they get an opportunity where they are given a chance to really showcase what they have and demonstrate that competence, then they will be taken through this process and given a certificate at whatever the level they qualify. But of course, it's also open to other categories. People in the formal sector, also the informal sector, very majorly as well. We're also talking about people who've never been to school, but there's something that they can really do, and they are doing it so well. So this is a platform for them. Even retirees as well, because you realize probably in the course of your working journey, you acquired a skill. So other than what one was certified, you realize the skill that actually you have, that if certified, you have something documented, it would also probably not just satisfying the ego, but maybe open up an opportunity for you to contribute to the country. And so we're looking at anyone with a skill, but without a corresponding qualification. So that is what they would be taken through. And of course, before I talk about this, I would like to say that we have documentation. We have a couple of documents that clearly show the stages that we move the candidates through, from the time they get to know about recognition of prior learning to the point at which they are assessed. We make sure that they understand the concept. We make sure that they are taken through the assessment process. And this is where we're talking about even assisting them to put together what we call the portfolio of evidence. Because you realize, if like people in the geocali sector, in the informal sector, they may not even have had or thought about accumulating evidence to show what they are doing. And so this is a process that is candidate-led. And so if someone shows up and they do not have that evidence, we have RPL practitioners who are trained to guide, to counsel those kind of candidates so that they're taken through, we assess their evidence, and then they go through an interview. And if they pass, then they are awarded the certificate. If they do not pass and they have an issue with the verdict that they are given, it is very clear on giving them fair administrative justice, a clear appeal mechanism where they can ask for a reconsideration of the verdict that has been given. And so just to mention again, like I said yesterday, we're very clear on having a support system. And so this is not different as well. We are very keen on a number of key blocks that are pertinent to making sure that we have an effective RPL system, among them a clear regulatory framework that supports, and making sure that then stakeholders are keen on what they're supposed to do, right? Like from the ministry, the government itself, to the agencies like KNQA, to other implementing partners, even to those that are intended to be assisted or to take advantage of this system, then they all get a chance to know and play their role effectively. Institutional framework, we have that as well. Quality assurance, we are very keen on that. Again, just making sure that the process is well documented and understood by all who have a stake to play in this. Stakeholder involvement has been very, very critical for us. We are still doing, this is a continuous activity, making sure that we are talking as much as possible, taking it as a new concept, just to make sure that it is not misinterpreted. And again, to avoid a catch-up strategy where we would be looking for like employers to tell them there's this RPL when we should have involved them earlier. And so that is what we did. We began involving them early so that when we have candidates who graduate from this process, then even the employers are ready to embrace them and they know where to fit them. And of course, sustainable financing. Sustainability, very key. We have been quite fortunate to be supported by a number of partners, including ILO. But of course, right now, we are working on making sure that even upon the exit of the assistance that we are having now, as a country, we shall be able to have a mechanism that is sustainable to make sure that this goes on as planned. So this is how the institutional structure is about, beginning from the apex, where we have the role of the government, the ministry, and at that point we have what you call the National Advisory Committee that really provides oversight to another lower level of implementation committee. And the implementation committee is led by the Kenya National Qualifications Authority. KNQA is the coordinating agency. But of course, now we work with all the partners who have a stake to play. And of course, then we get the roles of qualification awarding institution, other regulatory bodies. Remember, we said the assessment is done by various education and training institutions at various levels, at TVET and university level. And so we work with the respective regulatory bodies, the assessment centers, and of course with other social partners. And so just a description again, a snapshot from the RPL policy framework that we have, clearly indicating what is then the role of all these players, just to make sure that even as we have the conversation amongst ourselves, each one of these players is taking their stand as expected. You can see the KNQA as a lead agency. The Ministry of Education oversees implementation and of course provides any support at that level that is required. Getting to regulatory bodies, getting to the industry itself, very, very critical, because we're saying that for any skill to be assessed, there must be clear occupational standards and up to date, reflecting what is actually happening in the industry. And so of course we see a lot of participation by industry players. So because again, we cannot have an assessment without occupational standards. I did mention this, that we are walking this journey with a couple of partners. We're so lucky to be supported by MasterCard Foundation. There's an ongoing project that is called Young Africa Works that is looking at capacity building institutions so that by 2024, they will have assessed not less than 10,000 individuals. And most of these are those that might have been disadvantaged, you know, from the marginalized, looking at it also from the gender lens, and giving them an opportunity to go through this process. So we are still on this. We also have International Rescue Committee, and for ILO, MasterCard Foundation, and IRC, currently they are supporting us to undertake what we have as a second piloting of RPL, where by December we shall have assessed 400 candidates of RPL. And so many other institutions, including parties from the industry. So what are the key milestones that we have had to date? I did talk about entrenching or having quality assurance mechanism. And for us to have that, we were very keen on making sure that we have the critical documents that are required. Among them was the RPL policy framework, and this is what actually is guiding. We also have the standards for recognition of prior learning and guidelines. We have training manuals. Just to mention that we have been training a couple of people from various institutions. We we are calling them RPL practitioners who will be assessing the candidates. And with the help again of MasterCard Foundation, we've been able to train more than 50 RPL practitioners. Now, these are not new trainers in the field of education and training. Most of them are actually from the National Industrial Training Authority that have actually been implementing the government trade test skills because it's quite similar to RPL. And so it is just orienting their mind and way of handling recognition of prior learning. And so they are ready now to be involved in RPL. We have critical tools that are used, for instance, for registration of those RPL practitioners because they have to be registered by the respective qualification awarding institution. And of course, we have guides for the various players, including even the candidate themselves, so that when they show up, they're given something. If they're able to read, then they can be able to see what is expected of them. But of course, those who are not able to read, the way the practitioners have been oriented is to make sure that they embrace everyone. If it is a disadvantaged persons with disabilities, then we make sure there's a tool for them to enable them to read. If someone cannot read, we appreciate even those who cannot read English or Swahili in our country, because those are the main ones. Then we find ways of engaging with them just so that they can demonstrate that they actually have a skill and they will be taken through the process. And so currently we're looking at institutionalization of RPL, where the implementing institutions are then required to make sure that they have the requisite tools for them to implement RPL. I did talk about some critical committees that that have been established. National Implementation Committee, very critical in guiding the process. We have publicity and awareness campaigns going on, and this is coordinated by the Kenya National Qualifications Authority. Capacity building of trainers, I did speak to this. We take advantage of other learning opportunities that are out there. And of course, the times that we live in, of course, you would know that there are very many open online opportunities for learning, and we have taken advantage of this. We are looking at driving a bit of sustainability. Currently, we're being supported by ILO to develop differentiated unit cost. Because of the uniqueness of this kind of a system, we realize it is important to really make sure that we articulate what would be the cost of assessing a candidate at any level, because it may not be standard. Because you find a candidate who want to be assessed, say, at level 6, that is equivalent to diploma, someone comes and they are ready with evidence. Another comes and they want to be guided. And so the amount, the expense that then would be incurred would vary across levels, and also depending on the candidate who have fronted themselves. And so we're currently working on this. We're looking at this being done and ready by the end of the year, so that in January, when we shall be looking at national rollout, everything will be set. We are also looking at digitalizing the system. We have developed what we call RPL, Management Information System, and of course we're looking at integrating it with other existing systems that are in place, including like what we have, the labor market information system, because for successful implementation of RPL, we realize that labor market intelligence is very important. We want to know what skills are out there, and we need to have a system that supports us to have that critical data, and also to measure the impact of whatever step we walk. And so we are very keen to make sure we have a system that supports this, and we're glad that this is on course. We already did phase 1 piloting when we developed the initial tools. That was done in 2021. And that is what led to the first graduation of 68 candidates. We're looking at an extended piloting, that is phase 2 piloting, happening actually from this week until December. And this one, we're looking at having 400 individuals go through the system. Majority of this will be 40% actually will be from refugees. That is why we are working with the IRC, and 60% from the informal sector. This is just a pictorial to show The one on the left, that was the graduation ceremony, which was actually graced by ministers and critical dignitaries in the government. That was really an appreciation by the country of this very, very important tool. And this was dissemination of the RPL policy implementation framework. Again, we are normally very keen to involve the stakeholders all the way so that they are all so sure and aware of what is there. So we make sure if it is the geocali sector, if it is the informal sector, if it is the various arms of the government, they are all involved and are aware of the journey that we are making. What are our focus areas? Spoken to these as well. We want to make sure that we have a firm funding model, because we are looking at, for instance, what we have the supports, the formal education and training. We want to make sure that the same probably can be embedded in what is existing. And so once the differentiated unit costing is done, we shall be able again to approach the various critical agencies to see how that can be supported. I did talk about capacity building. This is an ongoing activity. We're working with various institutions just to make sure that all those have a role to play continuously capacity build. I did talk about digitalizing the system, just to make sure that at the end of the day, we have an up-to-date database of what data that really informs then the subsequent activities, awareness and publicity. Again, this is normally done in a targeted approach way, because we realize the uniqueness of this. You would find that you are actually sensitizing people who are at a lower level, and so the way we make them understand, it has to be customized to their level of understanding. And of course, I did talk about the extended rollout, where we are assessing 400 candidates. And just to make sure that we work very cautiously, we are just working with 4 skill areas from 8 counties in the country. And of course, we're looking at expanding this. Once we look at the lessons learned from our current experience, then that will also inform us on how we are going to expand just for scalability of this system. We've had lots of support. We had time, we would show you the link, but if you go to our website, you would see this link where our former president was directing the authority to roll out recognition of prior learning. That was last year in June, and it was done. And of course, supporting really this critical segment of the country. And so that is what we wanted to share from our end. And we are glad that we began this journey, because we are already seeing how ready the country is to embrace. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Asante sana, Madam Dr. Alisa. You succeed to represent your successful model. Thank you very much for that. Now we'll pave the floor for discussion and comments for about 10 to 15 minutes. So the floor now is open. Yes, please, Somalia.
Thank you, Jay. I think this is another good lesson that we have learning from Kenya, but I have 2 questions. We know this is a bridge for job market to the education. What I wanted to know is what are the motivations that brings these target people? We know they are among them are marginalized people. We know they have already marginalized. They will not come to the system unless they get motivation. So what are the motivations that we are bringing them to the system? That is one. And the second question is about the quality assurance and the assessment and evaluation. do you have as Kenyans enough assessment bodies? For example, let me mention, for example, Mandera. Do you have a body that assesses these people lives there? I have heard that you have trained 50 people. The question is, do these people enough to assess all these people in the market? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Ethiopia. We'll have the questions and comments first, and then we'll give the floor for Madam.
Okay, thank you, Alice, for your informative presentation. Mine is for clarification. When Alice is explaining about the management of this RPL, there are different bodies involved. But what is the role of the qualifications authority there? Because the regulatory framework, there is a regulatory framework, there is an institutional framework, there is a quality assurance. What does it mean? How they work together? Where is the role of the qualification authority there? Since we know that qualification framework, one of the objectives is a repair. So how we are going to manage? They are using a different governance structure. I assume this structure should be under the authority of the qualification framework, but the use is a different structure. So why different structure is my question. The other question is, what are the challenges? We know we try to experience to give a prior learning for the certification. But there are individuals with excellent technical skills, but with no literacy skills. So how we are going to give them a certification? So how do you manage such kind of limitations? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Ethiopia. The briefed question is highly recommended, please, because due of the course of time.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Can I go ahead?
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. It is quite very clear and a lot of learning in it. Now my question goes to, I'm looking at the categories of people who might have come in the country, maybe as refugees or asylum seekers, but some of their countries may not be having assessment bodies. So how do you, this framework, do the recognition of such people in terms of their prior learning qualification to place them and also the other one is there are especially maybe some learners might have been in a certain stage without completing the system. Maybe let us say in Ugandan system, maybe they have finished primary, but they have not, they are maybe in the middle, maybe they're in a senior 1 or senior 2, and they want to continue. How do you place them? How do you recognize them and place them for continuation? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, please, Sudan.
Thank you for Kenya. I think this is a good presentation. My question for drop out of school and informal sector for labor market. It is not under the qualification. In my country is under my qualification for grade 3 or grade 4 sometimes. What's the problem? It is not under the qualification framework.
Thank you, Sudan. Now Somalia, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. And I would also like to thank you, to the presenter. My question is, I could see from the chart of the presentation, one of the slides, the beneficiaries, among the beneficiaries was retiree. And I'm asking this question. We know that with regard to the world of employment, somebody has to pass through three different stages. Stage one, engagement, that he has to enter the world of employment, come up with the qualification necessary. And stage two, it is during the life cycle of the work. He has to make career progression or develop or advance his career. And the third one is the last, and when somebody has to exit the world of employment, that he's expecting to get or receive retirement benefits. So I wonder how the retirees of the recognition barrier of learning, and how a retiree could be certified. This is my question. What is that? Does it mean that he will be certified in the political system, that he will join and move, since he has moved from the world of employment to retirement? How will he be, with regard to the recognition of barrier learning, how will he be satisfied? This is my question. I need for more clarification about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Somalia. South Sudan, please.
Thank you very much. In fact, my question is not a question, but you know, in South Sudan, we are having vocational training centers, which are managed by Ministry of Labor. And these vocational training centers, we used to have these trade tests. We give trade tests to people who have no qualifications. They come to us, then they say, yeah, I'm an electrician, I've done electricity, but I don't have qualification. So we give them tests. We give them tests, but of course, we also give them certificate. But now the issue is the qualification, we don't have qualification. Where qualification is of course given from Vocational Training Center, and it has been recognized by Ministry of Labor, because the Ministry of Labor also employs people, especially for those, because when those people who are coming to us are employees. When they come, they do the test, they pass it, then this certificate will be taken to the Ministry of Labor, and then they are upgraded sometimes. But I call it informal. So I don't know exactly how are we going to go about it in the Republic of South Sudan, because currently TVET does not have this sort of training.
Thank you very much. Because we are running after the schedule, if you allow me to give the floor to Dr. Alice for her answers and comments. Please, Doctor.
All right. Thank you so much for those questions. If we are not able to address exhaustively, I'm sure we'll still continue with the discussion. Just to address what we've had, the first question on what really would be the motivation. Yes, we did show who are the targeted beneficiaries. And for instance, if we look at the refugees and the asylum seekers, I tied this to another question where someone has asked, what if they come with nothing, no document? Actually, those are the target groups, because we're saying they do not necessarily even have to show or produce something to indicate that they were doing something, because it's expected that they might not even have that evidence that you're asking. So what we are looking at is probably during the duration that they have been in the host country, they've had an opportunity to be exposed. Or if not, from the experience in their country of origin. There is that hands-on skill that they have. If they can be given an opportunity to be assessed and to be given a certificate, just a document to show that they have this particular skill and competence, then we are looking at myriad of opportunities that they would really take advantage of and recognized. Because remember, we're saying that they will be given a national certificate that shows that they have competence that is at this particular level, if it is IGADQF level 3 or 4. And what would this then lead to? We're still talking about social inclusion, because it then means that even maybe when they are in the host country, it would be possible for them to be recognized for that skill and be given a job to do. And so we're saying that we are promoting them being independent instead of fully being dependent on the support, hand to mouth that would be given to them. So basically, that for that particular segment, that would be the motivation. So that if they have that document that shows the skill that they have, whether it is within the time that they are in the country that is hosting them, it means that it can be recognized for them to be given a task to do that would be of benefit to them. If they get a chance of mobility to other countries, then that is also a national document recognized and should be recognized by any other country, so that they would also get an opportunity to take advantage of other job chances that could be there. The other question was on the role of KNQA. I did talk about the institutional framework that we have, and that's a discussion that is very central to us, because we have various players that are very critical. You remember that demonstration that we showed, that at the apex we have the ministry, and this would be the Ministry of Education, because this is an activity that is really geared towards still education and training. And it is at that level that we have a committee. Now, this committee does not just comprise people from the Ministry of Education. We also have other relevant ministries like Ministry of Labor. And so critical people that would really provide oversight at that level. Then below that, we have the Kenya National Qualifications Authority as the coordinating agency. So our role then comes in on basically what we are mandated to do, to regulate also what other those subsector regulators are doing. Because you see, we have the TVET institutions that are regulated by what you call TVETA. We have universities that are regulated by a different body. However, we also have to make sure that there is coordinated activities by these particular regulators as well. And so there comes in the role of the Kenya National Qualifications Authority. So it is the authority that will have that national database, for instance, of all the candidates, whether they were assessed by TVET institutions or whether they were assessed by the universities. So we have a coordinating role, and of course not mentioning that we do the accreditation and registration of the institutions that will then be assessing and certifying those candidates. Again, gets to the critical blocks that we're talking about on quality assurance, so that what we are registering is not something that has been awarded by just any other institution. It is an institution that is already in the database of the Kenya National Qualifications Authority, in as much it has been accredited by the subsector regulator. So just tightening that mechanism to avoid any loophole of interfering with the credibility of the process. There was the issue of the beneficiaries, and specifically the retirees. When we look at the case of retirees, if you imagine that you retire at 60, I would believe that at 60 I would still be very active. And of course, that's a case for many. And at that point, the consideration is that in the course of life, I might have actually be exposed to other activities, probably something that out of passion I pursued, different from what I am formally doing. So at that point in time, maybe when I stop going to the government office, that is now the route I want to take. So it is then provides an opportunity for such individual. It could be early retirees or probably retirees at required age, but we're looking at just the competence that someone has. As long as it is not certified, then they fall into that category that could take advantage. And of course, it then means that they would be able to produce something to support if there is an opportunity for them to undertake a task. You see, if you have nothing to produce, it might be difficult, not unless someone really knows you and you're able to do this. So that certification of that extra skill that you have, and as long as it is so well demonstrated and it meets the outcomes that are articulated very clearly and as per the occupational standards for that particular skill area. And so it is not really like an easy option that people will run away from the formal education and training, the academic line or pathway. It is actually more rigorous because that bit of producing adequate evidence that is authentic, that is sufficient, that is current, that is really what makes the process really tightened up. So it has to be by someone who's really keen on, that they really want to walk this journey.
I think Alice,
Thank you.
can do the rest. Huh?
All right.
Okay. Give Alice a clap. Thank you. Because we are running a little bit tight. You can go to the website RPL Kenya, and you'll get a lot of even commonly asked questions. So if you just Google RPL Kenya on YouTube, you will listen to more of what goes on there. And
Doctor, this is a COP, again, is the chairman. The chairman who should lead the session.
Sorry.
I gave her the way, and still she is talking. So any intervention should be with the permission of the chair.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And sorry about that.
Okay, then because we are behind the schedule by 1 hour, we proceed straight to Mr. Mukwana for the presentation of the draft IGAD regional qualification framework. Please, Mr. Mukwana.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair, and I'm honored. This is really what brought us here. And in your folder, you all have a copy of the IGAD qualification framework, so please make sure you arm yourself with that copy. I will make a very, very brief presentation, and then we will break ourselves into various groups so that we can interrogate this document. This is a draft, so don't treat it as a... Is there something not happening? Okay. So don't treat it as a final document. This is a draft. So your work, the reason why you are invited here by the IGAD Secretariat is really to interrogate this draft so that we can make recommendations to take it to the next level. And so it's a very long document, about 70 pages. I'll make just presentation, a brief of it, very, very briefly, and then we'll go into the various groups. As you can see, okay, next slide, I think. Or is it me to move from here? Okay, I get it. So the document is addressing all of us within the 8 IGAD member countries. And this process has taken quite some time. If you remember that the priority areas, we've had the Djibouti Declaration under the IGAD that has looked at the regional education quality standards, regional skills development for refugees. So these are documents and processes that have been ongoing. The issue of inclusion of refugees in national education systems is one of the key priorities. Accreditation and certification of educational programs within the region, financing, partnership and monitoring. This process started with a mapping study that was undertaken on national qualification frameworks within the IGAD region. So before the regional qualification framework was developed, a consultant, I guess Dr. Kiremi Mwiria, was brought on board, and he went around in each of the 8 countries to establish the status of where each country was as far as development of a national qualification framework was concerned. And a report was published under the mapping study. Then there was around a roadmap for the development of the regional qualification framework that was developed, and then we have come up with a draft regional qualification framework and status report. The countries that were giving here yesterday, what is happening as at current. They also filled in a questionnaire that has informed part of this work that we are sharing today. The purpose of the regional qualification framework, and we've listened to Eduarda, we've listened to Alice and others, is mobility, because we would like our students, our workers, our business people to be able to move across from one country to another and have their qualifications easily recognizable in different countries. For qualifications to be recognized across countries, quality is very important. So you'll find that Djibouti will only accept qualifications from another country, Somalia, if they trust that what is happening in Somalia or in Sudan or in Uganda is of the same quality. So the issue of quality means that when we develop a regional qualification framework, we will also be subject to a common. We can have confidence in each other's qualifications. The other issue is information. You know, we are really living in an information age. So one of the things that we are looking at is to have a database. If each one of the South Sudan, in Uganda, then we could easily have a regional database of how many nurses do we have, how many engineers do we have, as we said yesterday. And then the other issue is that this qualification framework that we have together covers our various sectors of education. This includes the general education, or what we call basic education, both primary and high school. It also covers TVET education. It covers higher education, to cover formal, non-formal education. So part of why qualification frameworks are becoming very popular is that they help us to recognize even learning that our region in particular, in Kenya, we call the Juakali sector. It is very interesting how we stick to our papers. If you come to Uganda here, you will find that 80% of the people who are doing, for example, TVET jobs, do not have a TVET certificate. So as much as we love certificates, you will find that if you came when this building was being constructed, masons that were building, the painters, the electricians, the plumbers, none other certificate. In fact, in Kenya, where the people who do the job don't have the papers, and those who have the papers can't do the job. And that is very common in most of our countries. And so as much as we stick to papers, we find that we have, those of you who have cars, the next time you take your vehicle to a motor mechanic, ask him if he has a piece of paper. He doesn't have, but he will repair the car. But you'll find that the person who has a piece of paper from a technical training institute sometimes cannot even repair that car. And that's why RPL becomes very important. We have skills, people with skills, but without papers. And we are giving papers to people who don't have skills because that is what the system says. So qualification frameworks help us to think out of the box. What really drives your economy, what drives your country is skills and competences and knowledge and not papers. And so we have a lot of papers in this continent and in our countries, that are not helping us. And yet there are people with skills that are doing that job, but we don't want to give them papers. In fact, you run into a lot of trouble. When you start promoting RPL, people say, why are you giving people certificates through the back door? But we are not giving them through the back door. Those are the people that are actually doing the work. So we have this system where you want to give papers because I have been in a class. We assume that if I sit in front of you and you are my lecturer and you teach me for 4 years, then I have learned something. It's not always possible. So it's possible that I sit in front of you for 2 years and still walk away without learning. So learning is one process, and teaching is a different process. And in many of our jurisdictions, we assume that if I sit here from morning to evening, then I have learned something. And so I deserve to be given a paper, even if I'm not able to do what you have taught me to do. So if we look at this process, have indicated, we need a clear policy. The IGAD qualification framework is what you have. We've looked at the status in each of our countries. We have come up with what we call level descriptors. Our suggestion is we have a 10-level qualification framework, and this is your qualification framework, so you can decide that you don't want 10 levels. We arrived at 10 levels because we found that some of the common existing qualification frameworks have 10 levels. For example, the African Continental Qualification Framework has 10 levels. The SADC, Southern African Qualification Framework, has 10 levels. Our brothers who are presenting here today from South Africa is 10 levels. And because we say that qualification framework is something that helps us to connect with others, we thought that because 10 looks quite common, that we also go with 10 so that we are able to link. Even the Kenya National Qualification Framework is also 10 levels, but the decision is really yours. So this is a suggestion. And then there's a plan of action on how this will be implemented, a resource mobilization strategy that will go with it, a monitoring and evaluation process to ensure that it is being implemented. And remember that even if you have the policy document and the IGAD qualification framework, this until our countries, for example, on quality assurance, on accreditation of qualifications, on our databases. So we'll need a lot of stuff and guidelines to help us implement this process. There's the issue of training and capacity development. Remember, for most of us, qualification frameworks is a new area, and I'm happy that IGAD has already sponsored. I think in South Africa we had all the member countries represented training under what is a qualification framework. And then the issue of the governance structure. We have suggested a governance structure that you will also look at, that is within the document, and decide whether that is what you want to use or if you want a different system. So basically what we are saying is that the best way that this qualification framework will work is that each one of us, Djibouti, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Somalia, Kenya, Uganda, South Sudan, and Sudan, have a national qualification framework. And then this national qualification framework, once you have a qualification that is within your country, it's recognized, it's registered, it's known in your country, then there will be standards and regulations on how do you then register it on the regional qualification framework, at which level. And the basic thing is, if Kenya registers a qualification at level 7, and Sudan registers a qualification at level 7, then we know that that qualification, although it's from different countries, it is the same, and therefore it allows us to start to compare our qualifications. And because we have mentioned that we have a lot of issues coming up, there will be issues of governance, there will be issues of verification, there will be issues of quality assurance, that member countries will take a lead. The suggestion we have is that member countries will say quality assurance, let Uganda take the lead. Recognition of qualifications, let Somalia take the lead. Maybe governance issues, let Ethiopia take the lead, so that we can all drive these processes. This is what we have suggested, but you can look through and advise. The focus of our IGAD qualification framework is best, although this is a regional qualification framework, remember it can't work until each one of us have a national qualification framework, because then you will start to organize yourself in a manner that you can then benefit from the regional qualification framework. So our main focus is on national qualification frameworks. And we need to have both efforts at the country level and at the regional level. And I'm happy that we are already doing that. You see Uganda has already put together a committee. Ethiopia has rolled out a qualification framework. As much as we are working on the regional, let's not also forget our homes. And the issue of recognition, equation, and verification of qualifications is very, very important, that when people move across, it will become easier if we all have our levels and we all have our standards that we are working on. The other issue that the qualification framework will work on is improving the relevance. What Alice was describing, that in many of our countries, we have jobs without people and people without jobs in the same environment, because the qualifications that we have been offering them for 15 years. Some of them have become obsolete, others have become irrelevant. So part of what this qualification framework will do is to help us to keep our qualifications relevant to our market needs. And of course, we have the Addis Convention on recognition of qualifications that is very, very important. The benefits, I think we have already indicated that the regional qualification, the IGAD qualification framework will promote dialogue and mutual understanding within the education and training sectors. It will create a wider pool of knowledge and skills and values and competences in the region that we can all, that countries can then begin to collaborate and share information with. We'll create national databases of qualifications that we've been awarded, and also how this can, and if a country has excess of nurses, we will know if somebody has excess plumbers, maybe you don't need to invest there, maybe you can promote their cross-border travel. As you know, in Africa, we have become very difficult with travel. The quality of qualifications I've already mentioned, that will have a standard quality for all of us. It will allow learners, workers, refugees, and returnees flexible mobility, that when they move with their qualifications. To determine the qualification comparability, which qualifications are similar to whose qualification. Promoting cross-border recognition, I think I've already said that. Greater cooperation among ourselves, and I think that's the purpose of putting IGAD together. Our qualification framework focuses on learning outcomes, and we have also suggested that 1 credit within the IGAD qualification framework is equivalent to 10 notional or 10 learning hours, and that we will also recognize all forms of learning. As I've already indicated, we will recognize learning that takes place in the class, the formal, the non-formal, informal, including what we have just described as recognition of prior learning, because then what we need as a region to grow is the skills and the competences and the knowledge that people have, and not sometimes the papers that we all have. This is the process. Once you have your qualification, a member state has its qualifications. It has elaborated which ones are in basic, which ones are in high school, which ones are in TVET, university, that they agree to implement the IGAD qualification framework. They establish a national alignment committee. So if Somalia wants to align its qualifications to the IGAD qualification framework, they establish a national alignment committee, which then conducts alignment self-assessment, which means that they look at all the qualifications that they have within the country and decide how this will be aligned to the various levels of the IGAD qualification framework, and then writes and approves the alignment report. And this is a technical area, so we'll definitely need experts to help to do that job. And once you've done that, then you submit to a regional advisory committee. The regional advisory committee is what will run the IGAD qualification framework, with membership drawn from each of the 8 countries. So each country will do its own self-assessment, write a report, and say, these are the qualifications we have, and we think at this level of IGAD, they belong to this kind of levels. Then the regional advisory committee will scrutinize the report, and if it is suitable, then recommend it for registration. If not, then they will also recommend that certain areas be improved before alignment can take place. So if then all of us have aligned our qualifications there, then you can see that we'll have a database of all the qualifications that we have in Djibouti, in Eritrea, in Somalia, and then we can start to compare ourselves. And then we'll have guidelines on different things. Specifically, if you want to do RPL, then you can have an RPL policy for the region. How do we conduct RPL within the IGAD? Credit accumulation and transfer, how will we articulate our qualifications, all that can come in later. In terms of governance principles, and there will be a team that will be looking at governance, is that we are saying in this process, no country is to be left behind. So all members of IGAD, all IGAD member countries are invited to participate actively in the establishment of the regional qualification framework. That the activities that will be undertaken by the framework will include referencing, as we have already said, that each country will reference, peer reviews, deliberations in the context of the governance structure, capacity development, dissemination and outreach, awareness, and of course a database. That the IGAD will provide political support and steering and will participate, of course, in this process, the ministers, the secretariat, and using the normal process. Technical implementation is assured that we will definitely need a small secretariat at the IGAD secretariat so that they can run the technical aspects of this work, networking and collaboration that will support each one of us, including supporting member countries that may want to establish their national qualification frameworks and they don't know how to do it. The IGAD secretariat can support that through projects with partners that they develop. Governance and management will be based on accountability and integrity, and as will be set out by the team. So this is a structure of what we are thinking about. That is IGAD, there is the General Assembly there, there's a Regional Advisory Committee, and then we can have committees that will look at recognition of prior learning, quality assurance. You can have a committee on accreditation of qualifications, and then an implementation unit based at IGAD. And that implementation unit will have both the technical capacity and management capacity to ensure that, because qualifications are so critical, that we need really people who understand what is happening to guide that process. I think that is all that I wanted to say. So now what we would like to do, so that we interrogate this document, because we have a draft that was printed for each one of us. Our suggestion is that if you are 5 members or 4 members from South Sudan, each one of you goes to 4 different groups. One will go to group 1, another one group 2, another one group 3, another one group 4. And what we wanted to do between now, maybe now up to 3, including some lunch in between there, is that group 1 will look at the governance and management, and would like two outputs. So we'd like to have a secretary in that group that will write down what people want to, people say about. So group 1 will review chapter 3, which is the governance, how you will govern the IGAD qualification framework. Please give us a report, but also inside this document, take one of it. If there's a table, there is a diagram, you want to modify it, feel free to write inside one of these documents that you return to us. If there's a table and you look at your qualifications as Ethiopia and you feel there's something missing, add it there, or if it's misrepresented, delete it from there and explain why and return it. So when you return 2 documents to us. So there will be a report that will be presented by the secretary, and then there is one draft of this qualification framework that you have also edited your chapter only, including some diagrams, some tables. If you feel like these levels are not the right levels, maybe you want to add a level, you want to remove a level, or you feel like there's a qualification in your country that's not properly represented, that then you can do that. So group 1 will look at governance and management of this framework, which is chapter 3. And then group 2 will look at qualification cycles, the level descriptors, that's chapter 4 and chapter 5. And then group 3 will look at the validation of learning. This is the RPL, credit accumulation and transfer, recognition of qualification. So that's chapter 6, 7, 8, and 9. They are very short chapters. And then group 4 will look at what are the policies and standards and guidelines that we will need to roll out this national qualification framework. As you look for all the groups, you have these 5 questions that you need to answer. Question 1, what is it that you like in this document? 2, what is it that you don't like that should be removed? And maybe in the copy that you have, what you don't like, just strike it out with your pen and remove it from there. What needs to be changed? Including some tables, some of the information there, something that is properly not understood, all that kind of thing. And then propose the changes that we can make as we move towards finalizing this document. And then number 5 is that beyond this, after we've validated, this will need to be adopted by our Council of Ministers. So what is the recommendation on the way forward in terms of taking this document to the next level? So that's what we would like to do. So we can form 4 groups. Sagal will help us to do this. Please have your copy of this, and then we'll move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much for your rich and informative presentation. Now we'll proceed directly to IGAD presentation, member states review, and then a discussion led by IGAD chair. But before that, we'll stand up for health break. Everyone stand up, please. Yes. Please, everyone stand up. And then stretch. 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 Yes. Yes, please. Yes, please. We should proceed with the whole momentum. Yes, please. Yes. Up, up, down. Up, down. Up, down. Up, down. Up, down. Thank you very much. The floor is with you. IGAD.
Thank you. Just one modification, Chair. Just one modification. So from now to 1:30, we will work as member states. So each of you, member states, will review the document as a collective. We'll then break for lunch at 1:30. We'll come back here at 2:30, where then we will break off into these separate groups. We'll give further instructions at 2:30. So you'll have opportunities to join each and every one of these groups, where you'll have an opportunity to also go in depth and provide feedback on each of these 4 topics. But for now, please, as member states, discuss the document, provide whatever feedback you can if you've already engaged with the document, or if you're looking at it for the first time this morning or this afternoon. So that's what we'll do until lunch. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please we proceed now for lunch, and then we come after 1 hour. 2:30 will be around. Thank you very much. We proceed now for lunch.